A.K. Ramanujan, in his essay 300 Ramayanas, 5 examples and 3 thoughts on translations, narrates a folk tale about Hanuman who reached Patala to find out the lost ring of Rama. The king of spirits who lives in the netherworld presents a number of rings in a special plate to Hanuman. Hanuman got confused because all those rings belonged to Rama. Seeing this, the king of spirits said, "There are as many Ramas as there are rings on this platter. Whenever an incarnation of Rama is about to be over, his ring falls down, I collect and keep them. Now you can go." Like the rings of Rama, there are innumerable Ramayanas. There are multiple texts of the Ramayana in the written as well as in the oral traditions. All these are tributary rivulets entering the great river of Ramayana. Wayanad in Kerala is abound with rich oral stories of Rama told by tribes like Adiyas, Kurichiyas, Mulluva Kurmas and Wayanadan Chettis.
ഹലോ അതെ ആസീസാണ് എവിടുന്നാ വിളിക്കുന്നത്?
A few days ago, I had a phone call from Muttanga of Wayanad district. The call was from Ravuni Chetty, the leader of Wayanad Chetty community. He is the person who narrated to me a lot of stories of oral Ramayana during my research on different oral versions of Ramayana prevailing in Wayanad district. The Chettis of Wayanad believe that many stories of Ramayana are located in Wayanad. During the talk, he informed me of the temple festivals of Ponkudi and Alumkalam to be held on the very next day. Ponkudi and Alumkalam are 2 villages in Wayanad district. I have visited these places many times during my research days. On the invitation of Ravuni Chetty, I decided to attend the festival and visit the areas of Wayanad which I had visited during my research days. Alumkalam is an important center of worship to all classes like Wayanadan Chettis, Katunayakar, Paniyar and Mulluva Kurmas. The tribal have a significant role in the festival held under this tree. They disguise as Lavakushas on the festival day. Each class of the tribal has its own belief and assumptions about Alumkalam. Many Dalit and tribal sects of Wayanad believe that many of the stories of Ramayana have taken place in Wayanad. As part of my research, I could collect a number of such oral stories. The interesting fact is that there are several places, not only in India, but in many parts of Asian countries also, that are supposed to be the locales of the same stories. What seemed most curious to me are the concepts and beliefs of Chettis in Wayanad. My next trip was to Ponkudi near Muttanga, which is so important according to their belief. It is believed here that goddess Sita, deserted by Sri Rama, finally reached Ponkuri.
ചെട്ടിസമുദായം പഴയ കാലത്ത് തന്നെ രാമനുമായിട്ട് പിന്നെ ത്രേതായുഗത്തിൽ തന്നെ ചെട്ടിമാരുമായിട്ടൊരു ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട പിന്നെ അംഗങ്ങളാണ്. ഈ കാട് മുഴുവൻ ഈ ശ്രീരാമനും സീതയും പാദപ്രശ്നം ചെയ്ത സ്ഥലങ്ങളാണ്.
The Wayanadin Chettis and others believe that there was a monastery of Valmiki at Ponkuri, and it is heard that he uttered the first verse of Ramayana here. The local people here believe that the desolate goddess Sita, overwhelmed by grief, shed tears sitting under a tree. Those tears welled up and turned into lake of tears. This is holy water to the believers here. It is said that this lake covered by moss never dries up.
ശ്രീരാമനും പിന്നെ സീതയും ലവകുജന്മാരെല്ലാം കൂടി പൊൻകുഴിക്ക് യാത്രയായി. അങ്ങനെ പൊൻകുഴി വെച്ച് സീത പിന്നെ നേരത്തെ ഈ വനവാസം ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്തിൽ സീത അവിടെ ഈ ദുഃഖം കൊണ്ട് നിവൃത്തിയില്ലാണ്ട് സീത കണ്ണീരിട്ടതായ സ്ഥലമാണ് അവിടെ ഈ പൊൻകുഴിയിലൊരു പിന്നെ കണ്ണീർ തടാകം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് തടാകമുണ്ട്.
Different beliefs are there on the lake of tears and other things. This is also a feature of orally narrated stories. According to the story, the desolate Sita was found by Munikumarins at Ponkuri and was taken to Valmiki Ashrama. During this journey, I could meet and renew friendship with many people who shared mythical stories at Ponkuri during my research days. My next trip is to Alumkalam, where I have visited many times before. This is a neighboring village of Ponkuri. Here the belief is that Alumkalam is the locale of Yagashva Bandhanam, a major one of the critical junctures in Valmiki Ramayana. This place remains as the same as I had witnessed in my research days. The myth prevailing here is so curious, and it goes like this. Sri Rama performed Ashwamedha Yagam after killing Ravana. The horse which was let loose reached Alumkalam, where lived Sita and Lavakushas. The horse was tethered on a tree by Lavakushas. They also defeated and captured Hanuman and his troop who followed the horse. Sri Rama, who reached the spot on the news, identified Sita and her children. The Alumkalam belief of this episode is that Yagashva was tied to this tree. The underneath of this tree is known as Lavakusha temple.
ക്ഷേത്രത്തിൻ്റെ ഈ വസ്തു കൂടി ആലങ്കളത്ത് കൂടി അശ്വം ഇങ്ങനെ വന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇതിൻ്റെ ചലമ്പടി കേട്ടിട്ട് ഈ ലവകുജന്മാർ പിന്നെ പിടിച്ചു കെട്ടി ഈ ആലങ്കളം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ക്ഷേത്രത്താണ് പിടിച്ചു കെട്ടിയത്.
Wayanad is very beautiful. Blue mountains seen everywhere. Beautiful valleys, wild animals wandering here and there, plantations of tea and coffee, beautiful streams, and images in the Erikal caves, which are 2,500 years old. Wayanad has been an inhabited land since very ancient time. The people here prefer agriculture. Out of 36 tribal sects in Kerala, 12 are in Wayanad. 90% of the Paniya community, the largest sect of the tribal in Kerala, is living in Wayanad. They commonly make their living as coolies. The major sects of the tribals are Paniya, Adiya, Katunaika and Kuruma. Their language is prosperous and rich with vocabulary. They have different beliefs and rituals. I could collect oral versions of Ramayana from all these major sects. The oral literature of tribal is rich with oral stories and folk songs. It is very recently that many of their groups got opportunity to study in regular schools. Valliyurkav Temple Festival is the largest festival in Wayanad, and on the festival day, Paniya communities were sold in slave trade by the landlords and Jannis. The government banned it by law only in the early 1970s. They were paid only a meager wage for their back-breaking work in the fields and homestead. The wage was paddy. Even young children lived their life looking after domestic animals and engaging in light works in fields and homestead. In spite of such a life, they kept as a treasure their traditional knowledge and oral literary possessions across generations. They staged Ramayana stories within their eyeshot. These oral Ramayana stories are intertwined with the cultural, social and local features of Wayanad. According to them, Valmiki Maharshi, Rama and Sita do not belong to some unknown religion, but they are own neighbors among themselves. The world classic among Ramayanas is Valmiki Ramayana, authored by Valmiki. My next journey was to Munipara, which is supposed to be the hermitage of Valmiki. There are people who believe that Valmiki is still meditating inside this cave. Some people say they hear Ramanama from the cave. A lot of myths exist in Ashramam Kolli connecting the cave with Valmiki. Valmiki's ashrama is on the opposite side of the field where Munipara is situated. This village is called Ashramam Kolli. When I visited Valmiki Ashrama 10 years ago, Mr. Prabhakaran, known as Prabhakaretan, had shared with me some stories, and now he is no more. It is said that Sita gave birth to Lava at this ashrama of Ashramam Kolli. 2 flowers remain blossomed across seasons on the tree at Ashramam Courtyard. These flowers are attributed to the puja of Sita. The Valmiki Ashrama is thatched with grass every year by the neighboring tribal. There are several versions of Ramayana stories in and out of India, but there are not many Valmiki ashramas and hermitages. Then I went to Shashimala, which is believed to be the place where Valmiki taught Lavakusha archery. It is heard that Shashimala was earlier known as Shishumala. This name emerged from the concept of baby Lavakushas. We can see Lavakusha Kaava and Sita Lavakusha temple here. Nowhere else in India is a Kaava named after Lavakusha known to exist. My next destination is Eriyapalli, located between Sultan Batheri and Pulpalli. Here is an ancestral home of the Chatti community. I have visited this ancestral house many times. During the stay of Sita and Lavakusha at Pulpalli, they visited this house and asked for drinking water. This is the myth here. It is also heard that this family, which was impoverished before their visit, turned prosperous after Lavakusha's words of blessing.
സീത ഈ കാട്ടിൽ വന്ന് പ്രസവം കഴിഞ്ഞു വാൽമീകി ആശ്രമത്തിലാണ് അടുത്താണ് ആശ്രമത്തിലാണ് പ്രസവിച്ചത് ലവകുശന്മാരെ. അവിടുന്ന് പിന്നെ ഇവര് പിന്നെ ഈ കാട്ടുകൂടെ തന്നെ അന്ന് മുതൽ ഇവിടെ ചെറിയൊരു പുൽപ്പുര കെട്ടിയിട്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്കും മക്കൾക്കുമായിട്ട് അമ്മ അവിടെ ഇരുത്തി, സീതാദേവി അവിടെ ഇരുത്തി, പിന്നെ ലവകുശന്മാരെ ഇവിടെ ഇരുത്തി.
In the courtyard of the Chetty ancestral home at Area Palli, there is a Sita temple, and on the other side of the field there is a Lavakusha temple. A lot of myths and beliefs exist around Lavakusha's visit at Area Palli's ancestral house.
നമ്മളിവിടുത്തെ വെളിച്ചപ്പാടാണ്.
നിങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഇവിടെ
കെട്ടിയാടുന്നത്? ലവകുശന്മാരെ കെട്ടിയാടാണ്. രാത്രി ഇവിടെ അമ്മയുടെ വെളിച്ചപ്പാടും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വഴിപാട് പണി സ്വീകരിക്കലുണ്ട്. സീതാദേവിയുടെ രാവിലെ അക്കരെ അവരുടെ മക്കളെ കൊണ്ടാടുന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ്.
What is peculiar about the Ramayana stories popular between Ponkudi and Pulpalli is that a single story has several versions. Pulpalli, Pul meaning grass and Palli meaning take rest, is supposed to be the place where Rama took rest on grass. Pulpalli is common in the stories shared by the Adiyar, Kurmas and Chettis of Wayanad. The temple is governed by the Munikans trust. Munikas mean Lavakushas. This temple has been referred by William Logan in the history of Parashi, who led the anti-British revolt. Sita Devi temple at Pulpalli has a significant place in the stories popular between Ponkudi and Pulpalli. Close to Pulpalli is situated Jadayattakava. This is where Sita is supposed to have gone Antardhana, meaning underground. When Sita was sinking into the earth, Rama caught her by her hair, Jada, and it was cut off. This is the myth behind Jadayattakava.
അശ്വമേധ യാഗത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ശ്രീരാമൻ അയച്ച അശ്വത്തെ ലവകുശന്മാർ ഇവിടെ പിടിച്ചു കെട്ടിയിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഇത് കണ്ട് ശ്രീരാമനും മറ്റു ഇവരൊക്കെ വന്ന് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ സീതാദേവിനെ കണ്ട് സന്തുഷ്ടയ ഒരു സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ സീതാദേവി എല്ലാം ത്യജിച്ച് ഭൂമിയിലേക്ക് അന്തർധാനം ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടു എന്നാണ് ഐതിഹ്യം. അങ്ങനെ ഭൂമിയിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന ശ്രീരാമന് സീതാദേവിയുടെ മുടി മാത്രമാണ് കിട്ടിയത്. അങ്ങനെ ജടയറ്റ അമ്മയായിട്ട് പിന്നെ കാലാന്തരം കൊണ്ട് ചേടാറ്റിലമ്മ എന്നുള്ള സങ്കല്പത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ.
Several legends exist around Jadayattakava. New stories are being made on the basis of this myth. The believers hold that Antardhanam took place inside this temple and its marks still remain here. The next place I visited is Tirunelli, which is known as the Kashi of the South. Tirunelli is a storehouse of myths. Tirunelli is the cradle of myths both among the elite and subaltern Hindus. Many of the myths exactly recreate the ancient legends in this locality. There is also a myth saying that Sri Rama visited Tirunelli temple for Ravana Nigraha on the instruction of Munis. It is heard that Brahmagiri hill seen behind this temple is the site of Brahma's yaga. According to the believers, the rivulet Papanashini is as holy as Ganga in the ancient legends. A bath in Papanashini will absolve one as in the case of holy Ganga of Kashi. Hindus believe that performing rituals here will cause the souls of the dead enter the heaven. According to the myth, Sri Rama, Lakshmana, Parashurama and even rishis have paid obeisance to forefathers known as Pitrakarma at Papanashini. Today, Papanashini dries up completely as the summer approaches. What makes me sad is the death of those who shared their stories and beliefs in my research days. The chief one among them is Matei, the leader of Adiya community at Trishlari. His contributions of the Adiya Ramayana has been included in my writing the Ramayana of Wayanad under the title Adiya Ramayana.
ಕಥೆ ನಡೆದದು ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ സീതനെ നമ്മളുടെ ഇൻകെ പട്ടണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു പട്ടണം ഉണ്ട്. ആ പട്ടണത്തിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയി.
ഏത് പട്ടണം?
എൻകെ പട്ടണം. ആ പട്ടണത്തിൽ ഇവിടുന്ന് രാമന്റെ അടുത്തുനിന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോയി, കത്തിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോയി കഴിഞ്ഞു.
ലങ്കയിലേക്ക്
കൊണ്ടുപോയി. ലങ്കയിലെ പറയുള്ളൂ. അപ്പൊ കത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയി പോകുമ്പോഴേക്കും അവിടെ ചെന്നപ്പോ സീത പറഞ്ഞു 12 കൊല്ലം.
In the long saga narrated by Matei, the Ramayana story takes place completely in Wayanad district and the neighboring Coorg of Karnataka. The story is enacted by Adivasis. Moreover, it remarkably blends with the contemporary problems they undergo. In Matei's story, even Lanka is not very far off, rather only on the other side of a river. The most important feature of this oral Ramayana is that it is free from war. This story of abounding geography and scenery of Wayanad is characterized by Mallappa, Nenjappa and Siddappa, who are the gods and goddesses of Adiya tribal community. This is similar to Chandrabati Ramayana of Bengal, in which the local gods like Manasa, Banadurga, Sulapati, Sitala and Shasti appear in the story. Matei, who is illiterate and was slave for 30 years, has narrated not only Ramayana but also Mahabharata in his own way. The Ayodhya in the story of Matei is located at Irupur in Coorg. According to his story, it is to Irupur that Rama and his team returned from Wayanad. In Thailand, where Ramayana stories are very popular, there is the very place named Ayodhya. I remember my visit to Irupur with Matei in my research days. There is a palmeria tree inside Rameshwara temple. People of Irupur believe this tree to have grown from the hair decorating Ashoka flower of Sita fallen down when Ravana was stealing her away. A number of Ashoka trees can be seen in the premise of Irupur temple. The famous fountain of Irupur is known as Lakshman Tirtha, which also carries many myths. Most of them are related to Lakshmana. Most oral traditions of Wayanad and Ramayana stories are related to Sita's forest dwelling and the period after that. These subaltern Ramayanas are not the exact copies of the Valmiki Ramayana. They undermine the conventionally heard version and connect the past and present by uprooting its time. Ramayana scholars and historians have observed different tellings of Ramayana stories which are popular in various parts of India and in many foreign countries. The Ramayana stories of Wayanad are such tellings.
Ramayana comes into existence at all times, whether in oral form or written form. India is not the only country where this happens. It is happening all over the Asian continent. A large number of communities have been energized by this creative interpretation of Ramayana. The process is continuing. The different texts of Ramayana are full of the elements of human experience, social varieties, and the lifestyle of the local people. they are capable of conversing with each individual and the world around. They are multiple voices from different contexts. They can reveal many a truth. In some, through the Rama stories, a new religio-cultural space is created for understanding the cultural pluralities of India.
In India and abroad, Ramayana is popular as a cultural text rather than a religious one. Just like the Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, Muslims, Dalits and Adivasis are more or less influenced by Ramayana stories. This is the epic literature spread outside India across countries such as China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam, Bhutan, Burma, Ceylon and Philippines. In this sense, Ramayana is more an Asian epic than an Indian one.
Hello students, welcome to the module Personal Management. Personal management or staff management is the process of supplying the right type of persons with the adequate qualification and experience. It is a process of getting the best out of the employees by means of judicious selection, allocation, utilization and development of employees as well as improvement of working environment to obtain maximum productivity and efficiency under specifically emphasized consideration of individual and human elements. Importance of personal management. Human resources are treated as the most important resource of any institution, whether it is a profit organization or a non-profit service organization. Human resources convert materials into commodities. Managing human resources are quite different from the management of other resources because human resources are the one and only live resources. In the case of libraries, it is a trinity of information, resources, building and library staffs. Library professionals are the mediators between information, resources and its end users. They are the backbone of library system. Aims and objectives of personal management. The main aim of human resource management is to accomplish the organizational goals. Therefore, the resources are mobilized to achieve such goals. Some importance and objectives of human resource management are as follows. Effective utilization of resources. Human resource management ensures the effective utilization of resources. HRM teaches how to utilize human and non-human resources so that the goal can be achieved. Organization aiming to utilize their resources efficiently invites the HR department to formulate required objectives and policies. Organizational structure. Organizational structure defines the working relationship between employees and management. It defines and assigns the task of each employee working in the organization. The task is to be performed within the given constraints. It is also defines positions, rights and duties, accountability and responsibility, and other working relationships. The human resource management system provides required information timely and accurately. Hence, human resource management helps to maintain organizational structure. Development of human resources. Human resource management provides favorable environment for employees so that people working in an organization can work creatively. This ultimately helps them to develop their creative knowledge, ability and skill. To develop personality of employees, human resource management organizes training and development campaigns which provides an opportunity for employees to enhance their caliber to work. Respect for human beings. Another importance of human resource management is to provide a respectful environment for each employee. Human resource management provides the required means and facilitates employee among with an appropriate respect, because the dominating tendency develops that will result organizational crisis. Hence, all of them should get proper respect at work. Human resource management focuses on developing good working relationships among workers and managers in organization. So, good human resource management system helps for respecting the employees. Goal harmony. Human resource management bridges the gap between individual goal and organizational goal, thereby resulting into a good harmony. If goal difference occurs, the employees will not be willing to perform well. Hence, a proper match between individual goal and organizational goal should be there in order to utilize organizational resources effectively and efficiently. Employee satisfaction. Human resource management provides a series of facilities and opportunities to employees for their career development. This leads to job satisfaction and commitment. When the employees are provided with every kind of facilities and opportunities, they will be satisfied with their work and performance. Employee discipline and moral. Human resource management tries to promote employee discipline and moral through performance-based incentives. It creates a healthy and friendly working environment through appropriate work design and assignment of jobs. Organizational productivity. Human resource management focuses on achieving higher production and most effective utilization of available resources. This leads to an enhancement in organizational goals and objectives. Functions of personnel management. The functions of personnel management can be grouped under the following broad headings: job analysis, job description, job evaluation, staffing, training, and wage and salary administration. Let's have a brief description of each one. Job analysis. The first and foremost function of personnel management is job analysis. It is the process of collecting specific details about the nature and working of a particular job. It is meant to collect the information like what the job contains, how the job is done, what qualification and experience is required, what are the duties and responsibilities, materials and accessories required, working condition, etc. It also necessary for fixing targets, number of employees required, promotion, transfer, etc. Job can be analyzed through observation, questionnaire, interview, discussion and diary method. Job analysis has the following advantages. It defines labor needs in concrete terms. It specifies the duties and responsibilities implied in each job. It assists in organizational planning and provide coordination. It helps in determines a job opportunities available in each type of organization and spells out the types of workers required for each job. It provides a scientific base for fixing wages and salaries of various types of jobs and employees, because it takes into account the mental and physical skills, efforts and risks involved in each type of job. It helps experimenting modern devices like time, motion studies, which are instrumental in increasing overall efficiency and productivity. Job description. It is a statement of job in written form. It brings out the purpose, scope, duties and responsibilities, etc. the statement will contain. Title of the job, designation of the job, works involved for duties and responsibilities required, material, machine and other accessories required, salary range, supervisor to whom the person has to report, subordinates to be supervised, working conditions. The job description is useful in notification, recruitment, selection, training, settlement of disputes, etc. Job evaluation. Job evaluation is the method of fixing the money value of a job. This is decided on the basis of identifying the components of the job and comparing the job components with the job components of similar jobs carried out. It is a systematic method of appraising the worth or value of each job in relation to other jobs in the organization. Job evaluation rates the job, not men or women on the jobs. There are mainly 5 types of job evaluation. They are checklist classification method, grouping ranking method, factor comparison method, point system method, performance merit rating method. Let us have the brief detail of each one. Checklist classification method. In this method, the authority prepare a list of all jobs that is carried out in a similar organization and group them under different classes and fix a salary range with the help of the checklist. It is easy to find out a class to which new job goes. Almost all government libraries in India follow this method. Grouping ranking method. According to this method, all the jobs in the organization are identified and grouped or ranked on the basis of differences in job components. Their jobs can be arranged from simple to complex or vice versa. Most of the special libraries in our country are practicing this method. Factor comparison method. According to factor comparison method, the analyst or evaluation committee identifies the important factors of each job. The important factors are mental requirements, skill requirements, physical requirements, responsibility and working condition. The salary is fixed on the basis of the quantity of factors. This is a scientific method which can be utilized for fixing the salary of a new job. Point system method. According to this method, all job components are identified and grouped under 4 subheadings. They are skill, effort, responsibility and job condition. These 4 main components are further subdivided into 11 sections and each section get 4 different degrees. The 11 sections are 1. Education, 2. Experience, 3. Initiative, 4. Equipment, 5. Materials, 6. Safety of others, 7. Works of others, 8. Physical effort, 9. Mental effort, 10. Working condition and 11. Unavoidable accidents. Each degree get a specific point value. The total of points allotted to the 44 different degrees will give the salary scale. Performance merit rating method. According to this method, the performance of the employee is considered for fixing the salary. The performance is evaluated through either observation, interview or diary method. Here, the evaluator collects the important factors that is necessary and used for performance of the job. These factors are factors directly connected with the job, for example, attendance, knowledge of the job, etc. Factors that are remotely connected with the job, for example, experience, mental cooperation and team spirit. Factors that are not connected with the job, like extracurricular activities. Staffing. Staffing means putting right person at the right job. This is one of the important functions of personnel administration. Actual recruitment is preceded by job analysis, job description, job specification, class analysis, fixing the number of each kind of job, the qualifications and the salary scale. In a library, staffs can be categorized as professionals, semi-professionals, clerical staffs and unskilled staffs. Staffing include recruitment, selection and placement. Recruitment and selection of new employees is an important function of staffing. The main aim of recruitment is to secure the best candidates for performing the specific jobs of an organization. The following are the procedure of staffing in an organization. Ascertaining the vacant jobs, their number and types. The vacancy may be occurred due to retirement, resignation, termination or new creation. Deciding or revising, if necessary, their requisite qualifications, salary scale and other allowances. Inviting applications by advertising in newspapers and other types of mediums such as TV and internets. Receiving the applications for candidates and processing for written test and interview. Decide the written test date, nature of the test and prepare question papers and conduct test. Decide the interview date, panel and conduct interview. Publish the selected candidates list. Issuing the appointment order by the authority and executing an agreement between the authority and the appointed candidate. Training. Training is a cornerstone of effective personnel administration. Employees must be trained systematically so as to increase the efficiency of their job. This will help him to know the peculiarities of the job conditions of a particular organization. In this fast technologically changing environment, time to time training is essential. The output of a trained worker is better both qualitatively and quantitatively than that of an untrained worker. Training can be given by any of the following methods. Apprentice system. Apprentice system is an ancient method. According to this method, a person is made to learn a job by actually performing it under another performer who is an expert in the job. Some institute in India is providing apprenticeship in library science for library science candidates. Apprenticeship method provides the trainee the practical knowledge of an actual work area. On-job training. On-job training implies the imparting of training to a worker after he is appointed to a job and has engaged in it. It may be provided by his immediate supervisor or superior authority. Understudy method. Understudy method implies the placing of an employee under another trained and experienced employee. The former works as an assistant to the latter. Role-playing technique. Role-playing technique means that a person is asked to play the role of a particular worker in a created environment. Educational excursion. Educational excursion implies the execution of visits of the trainees to a workplace, factories, mills and libraries. They are made to learn various problems and their solutions by acquainting themselves with the actual working of different organizations. In many library schools, students are taken to various important libraries of the country. Audio-video methods. This is one of the effective method of training. This include film shows, dramas, extension, lectures, etc. Online training. Online training is the latest method of training. Here, the trainer is giving training by using internet. This method is being used both with the interactive facility and non-interactive facility. Wages and salary administration. An organization has to formulate its wage policy in order to attract talent and to retain it for a longer duration. It has to relate with the social environment. It has to keep it aware of the wage structure of similar organizations of the locality, state or country. Government and semi-government organizations appoint special commission time to time to restructure the salary and other benefits. In India, different libraries follow different salary scales. Public and academic libraries follow government scale. Special libraries offer the salary scale of their parent body and university libraries offers UGC scale. Human relations in staffing. Human relations refers to the process of effective motivation of individuals in a given situation so as to achieve greater human satisfaction and also to help achieve defined goals. The aim of human relations should be to develop capabilities among the staffs towards understanding, appreciation and solution of problems. Each staff member should get a feeling that he and his work forms a vital part of the working of an organization. The work of an employee may be unsatisfactory. There are three possible solutions. He may be transferred to another job where he might prove to be successful. The other solution is suspending him from service. Another approach is human relations approach. It is to try to find out the relations for dissatisfaction, how long it has been happened, and try to overcome the problems. The following means can be adopted to create excellent human relations. Improve working conditions, provide facilities for recreation, provide facilities for health protection, formation of staff associations, provide employee participation in decision making. Involvement of staff in the decision making will improve job satisfaction. It will improve automatically the productivity. Use democratic approach in staff organization, holding staff meetings time to time, bringing out staff publications to disseminate information regarding academic and professional matter, provide incentives and encouragements, provide facilities and encouragement for continuing education, lay down staff ethics to develop professional consciousness and loyalty to the institution. The role of top level management and senior staffs is extremely important in developing successful human relations. They should be aware of staff problems and have understanding of human relations. A library manager should have good knowledge about human psychology. Now let us conclude the session. Personal management is very important to any organization, whether it is a profit organization or non-profit service organization. No library can render effective service without adequate and competent personnel. So, recruitment of library personnel is very important, whether it is government or private. The sincerity and hard-working mentality will come from a person only if he is getting good salary and other benefits. So, it is the responsibility of government to ensure the availability of good salary and other benefits, not only in the government sector but also in private sector, so as to utilize the human resource maximum to the society. Here are some assignments for you to work out. Try to examine the role of chief librarian in personal management. How better human relations can be brought in library environment. Here are some books for your personal reference. Fundamentals of Library Management, Sangeeta Dhandar 2013, Kanpur, Garima Prakashan. Management of Library and Information, Kaushik P 2006, New Delhi, Anmol Publications. Management of Library and Information Centers, Kumar PSG 2003, Delhi, BR Publishing Corporation. Thank you for watching this session. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
to interface. We have with us a very special guest today. It gives me much joy to welcome and introduce to our audience our guest, transgender activist, writer, actor, entrepreneur, and now a filmmaker too, Miss Kalki Subramaniam. Welcome.
Namaste.
Well, from the time when people of the transgender communities were largely the butt of ridicule and were marginalized, we have come a long way today when we are doing this program on national television. And I know that I'm talking to one person who is largely responsible for this transformed state. I'm sure our viewers would like to listen to the journey of your life in your own words.
It is an opportunity for me to not only speak about my life, I think it is also an opportunity for me to talk about the whole issue of the transgender community. During the British colonial period, there was a law that was passed, the Criminal Tribes Act. That one single law, that Criminal Tribes Act, had actually oppressed so many communities, and transgender community was one of them. And almost after a century, only last year in 2014, on April 15th, the Supreme Court of India had finally recognized transgender people. The transgender community, the Hijra people, as well as many identities that fall under the transgender umbrella, have for generations experienced oppression, discrimination, and have also faced hatred, violence, stigma, and ostracization from our families. This is also a time where I'm happy to express that the legal recognition, the movement for transgender liberation and equal status has come only from the last decade, that too especially after the HIV epidemic and the issues that followed, and the NGOs who tried to find out the target population was for recovery and relief from HIV AIDS, and the transgender population being largely a sex working community owing to the lack of livelihood was one such population that had to be addressed with sexual health protection and medication. And that is how the transgender community actually came into visibility to the society, to the media, to the public, to the government. And since then, slowly, gradually, many of us have come out and raised our voices. Our voices, few of us came out openly and questioned the oppression that was completely injustice. The injustice that was done to us, we questioned it. And I think for the past 10 years, our movement had been very intense. We have been advocating for our rights with the government, with the policy makers, with the law judiciary, with the media, to the academicians, and largely to the public. And we have today our legal rights, but still a large number of us, almost all of us, are facing stigma and discrimination. I think I was one of the fewest people who have been lucky to be accepted by my family. My parents did not throw me out of my home. They gave me a good education. In spite of me having a troublesome childhood, a troublesome school life, a troublesome college life because of my identity, I think the love and affection my parents gave me, that was the reason that today I am sitting here and talking with confidence.
We're doing this interview on an educational channel. What do you think is the role that education, the institution of education in our country particularly, can do to alleviate the problem of the marginalized communities like that of the transgenders?
I feel it's a very important question because the stigma and discrimination that prevails largely in our society is due to the ignorance and also to the lack of knowledge that is widespread about the ideas, about the issues of gender and sexuality. Do we really understand gender? Do we really know the gender identities, the diversity that exists within gender? Are we aware of the sexuality, the sexual orientation issues? Are we being narrow-minded? Are we being denied that knowledge which should definitely be given to us? Academically speaking, we definitely need education on gender and sexuality in schools and in colleges. In the past many decades, this knowledge had been denied in our academic system. If only we would have taught our children in the past so many decades, if we had given that knowledge on gender identities, gender diversity, sexual orientation, about the anatomy of women and transgender people, in a proper way that would reach our teenagers and adult people, I think largely the issues, especially pertaining to transgender community, would have been solved. I think today the transgender community remains a mystery to the society. It remains a mystery to the young people, to the teenagers, to the school children. And there is a widespread phobia, we call it transphobia, among the students, among the college-going students, among so many adults. That lack of understanding definitely comes from denial of that knowledge in schools and colleges. So, our education system should and must definitely include education, the curriculum on gender identities, gender diversity and sexuality. I think it is time we include, it is time we do not deny that knowledge to our Indian children, Indian young people.
In a world where transgenders are largely made invisible, you have definitely come out mainly through your writings. How important has been writing to you, particularly on social media?
I think social media has given me a complete freedom, an unquestionable liberty to express myself and the issues of the transgender community at large. I think social media has given that platform for everyone who is oppressed, has given a platform for the voiceless to express our life, our voices. In that way, I think I had that opportunity to put forth my thoughts as writings, as visuals, video films, as art, as poetry. I have been an avid blogger since 2005, and I also write in Tamil. So I wrote in English as well as in Tamil since 2005, and I had been discussing issues about transgender community through my writings in the social media, and it has definitely reached large number of people. I would say lakhs of people. It has reached lakhs of people, and it was also one of the reasons that change was possible in my life. And of course, to a certain extent, it is also one of the reasons that I expressed the community's issues, that change was possible. positive change was possible.
You've also made your mark now as a filmmaker, as an actor and as a maker of films. Could you tell us something about your experiences in the visual media?
I think I was always interested in visual media and also in writing right from my childhood. I took up journalism and mass communication as my master's degree, and once I completed my master's, I had started a small time magazine in Tamil called Sahodari. That was one of the first vernacular magazines for the transgender community in India. But it was a very small time magazine with only 200 copies, which was circulated in Coimbatore district. It had a huge impact on the local community. It had a huge impact on the local transgender community. And then after that I actually had won a scholarship and I became a citizen journalist. And I started producing, with a very small handycam, I started producing small video documentations and uploaded it on YouTube. And I also encouraged my friends to join me and trained them in making small video documentary films. The mainstream media had not discussed, had not brought out our stories. Rather, they were not aware of our life and they were not interested. But since we had that liberation and that facility of social media, of the tools that were accessible by us for cheap cost, we could make these short films and put it on YouTube, our stories. That is how I think visual media was accessible to us, and we had that platform to express ourselves through social media. The great thing about social media is that our voices are there 24 hours and anybody from any part of the world could access it for research, for information and for every purpose. So that was a boon, I would say. And definitely they say one picture speaks 1,000 words, and each and every frame in our short film, our video documentation expressed thousands and thousands of words from us.
You have also made an entry in politics. Could you tell us something about the change that you want to see in the political setup in our country?
I also wanted to say, to add to that visual media thing, I wanted to say that in 2011, I acted in a major feature film called Emmrc, in which I played a lead role of a transgendered person, a trans woman. It is a very beautiful Tamil film, and as we all know, the feature film industry, cinema, is a great change maker and reaches millions of people. And so my film was about the struggle of transgenders, and it also had a great impact in Tamil Nadu. And when we talk about the political scenario, for any oppressed community, political participation is very important, because that gives us the authority, that makes us, actually makes us the deciding authority. Political participation for transgender people is a must, and there are many beautiful examples. There were examples and there are examples. There was Shabnam Mausi, and now there is Rai Kinnar from Chhattisgarh, who is a mayor. And there are so many other leaders who from the transgender community who are becoming politically important. I think transgender people can do as good as anybody else in politics, and it is necessary for us to be present in parliament and also to be present in the state assemblies. So right from being a councillor to being a minister, member of parliament, member of legislative assembly, transgender participation should be there at all levels.
I think one major reason for your success so far has been the spirit of togetherness that you have fostered among people of this community. Could you tell us something about Sahodari? the organization that's doing such wonderful work?
Sahodari actually is as I said previously, we had the magazine's name as Sahodari, and later when we wanted to start a small organization, we had named it as Sahodari Foundation. Sahodari Foundation is a very informal gathering of like-minded transgender people. We don't function particularly like an organization. We don't function. We are a group of friends who try to make a change for our community and for people like us. We vouch for self-respect and we want equal status at all levels. Sahodari's one of the main activities has been to give counseling and guidance for young gender queer people, for young people who otherwise are not conforming to gender normity, and we are guiding them to help them away from depression, self-denial and suicide. That is one part of our work. Otherwise, we actually try to help them to get good jobs, try to accommodate them shortly in our homes, and try to give them the best education possible through scholarships and guidance. Apart from that, we were involved largely in the legal rights campaign, and of course we are working now with a large number of students. I think I personally in the last 10 years I must have met more than 5 lakh students, and personally I'm very happy to say that the young people of today are much more open-minded than what I had seen as a child 10 years ago. So that's a huge change happening.
The institution of culture, I would say, plays a major role in shaping our attitudes towards any community, whether it be the mainstream one or the marginalized one. What has been your experience about Indian culture in the context of the transgenders?
I think I have a mixed feeling about this. On the one side, we celebrate our gods and goddesses, and it is such a diverse and very interesting to see, especially in the Hindu epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata and other scriptures, and also in folk tales, how our gods become goddesses, our goddesses becoming gods, and children being born to women who has never seen a man, and so many other stories. Very interesting, wonderful, very beautiful stories and characters as well. For example, if we talk about Mahabharata, there is Arjuna becoming Brihanalla, a transgender, and Amba becoming Shikandi, Amba a woman becoming Shikandi a man, and such beautiful stories are there in Mahabharata. And again, in our Hindu religious stories, we see Krishna becoming Mohini for bringing dharma and for bringing justice. At many instances and many different incidences, Krishna becomes a Mohini to save Devas, and also even wants to save Shiva. And we have beautiful stories of Shiva being attracted to Mohini and Lord Ayyappa being born. We celebrate all of these stories. But when it comes to practical life that is in contemporary India, why are we being hypocritic? On the one side, we worship and we embrace worship, and we really respect and pray those goddesses and gods and images, and we really feel it emotionally, get connected to it emotionally too. But on the other side, when you see a transgender person, a man becoming a woman, or a woman becoming a man? Why are we being hypocrite? What is the reason of it? So, on the one side we are celebrating our culture, but on the other side, aren't we denying our own culture? That's my confusing status on what is going on with our own hypocrisy, I would say. On the other side, within the transgender community, there is a separate group called Hijra community, a very strong and large group, Hijra community. It is a tradition that has been there for over 1,000 years. The Hijra community functions like an artificial family, a guru, chela, and it's completely matriarchal society. So people born from different parents, different cultures, languages, who identify themselves as transgenders may join this, may be willing to join the Hijra tradition. So they become a chela of a guru. So they become a family. This culture, the Hijra culture, is a very unique culture that exists only in a few countries like Pakistan, India, and a few more countries. It is a very unique to our culture, and that is very. It's a pride also that it accommodates those people who have been abandoned, and those abandoned people form a family of themselves and protect each other and nurture each other. That is the speciality that is very special about India.
Well, we've been so far talking about India, but I'm sure you've traveled abroad. What, according to you, is the global scenario regarding the LGBT movement?
In 2010, I had an invitation from the United States of America under the International Visitors Leadership Program. I was invited to Washington, D.C., New York City, and also to Salt Lake City in Utah. I visited many federal offices in Washington, D.C., and I was fortunate to also visit Amnesty International, organizations like Human Rights Watch, and in New York, I went to New York Commission of Human Rights, and in Utah, Salt Lake City, I went to the Disability Center and lots of other meetings. I found that largely there is a movement in the US that is trying to change the situation of the minorities in that country. And the government also functions in such a way that it tries to address the issues of the minorities. In the US, mainly the racial minorities are an issue, definitely, and their rights have to be acknowledged. That is a major issue in the US. But in India, being a diverse country, there are several issues. I found that the way the US government, the NGOs, and the organizations, international organizations, the way they work has been very effective, and I had the chance to grasp those method of working and ideas, and I have been using some of the things that I learned from there in India, and I also shared many of our own method of working and our own ideas to the US NGOs and different individual activists. So it was a sharing and learning experience for me in the US. And besides that, I have been invited to many international seminars and have represented the transgender and the LGBT community of India in international forums.
And Facebook has recently recognized you as one of the most influential women of the world.
Yes. I think on March 8th this year, it was a pleasant surprise for me to know that Facebook has chosen me as one of the 12 inspiring women who use Facebook for community development. And it was a great acknowledgement of not only for me but for all our transgender rights activists working relentlessly in our country to make a change for an equal status for transgender people. That really gives me a very good boost to do a lot more work, and it gives me immense energy to carry my work with more vigor and vitality.
And what role can television play in transforming our attitude towards the marginalized?
In being honest and in bringing out the truth and only the truth. And we don't need to project images which are false, especially a lot of images that about the transgender hijra communities in the cinema, especially for the past so many decades, have definitely damaged our self-respect, have definitely damaged our space in the society. I think television has a big responsibility to disclose the truth and create an awareness largely, and acknowledge that transgender people are also humans and they also need their space and their equal status.
What is the one message that you would like to leave our readers, our viewers with?
Being a male or a female or a transgender person or whatever you are it will not be a block. Our gender status cannot be a block for our personal development. I think we need to accept ourselves as we are, and we need to shine. We need to be the change makers. The gender identities, our different roles as father, mother, brother, sister, husband, wife, lover, or whatever it is. It's all assigned at birth and sometimes assigned through social normatives. But as a human being, we are all the same. We are all the same as a human being, and we all need love, acceptance. We all need respect. And we transgender people need that too. Otherwise, you and we are same, and we are just being ourselves, and we respect ourselves.
Welcome to the session on early Christian art. The ancient Greco-Roman art could not continue its splendor in the succeeding epochs. Innumerable political skirmishes and upheavals of barbarian invasions had played important role in bringing about the downfall of ancient classical art and civilization. With the emergence of Christianity, new era begins in history and art. Christ's apostles traveled to the world far and wide to preach his teachings. Until Constantine's reign, Roman Empire did not tolerate the Christian faith. However, larger Christian communities existed in North Africa and the Near East, such as Alexandria and Antioch. In Rome, instead, the evangelist and Christian missionaries fell prey to incessant religious persecutions by the imperial rulers. Because in the eyes of Roman ruling class, the Christians were a horrible or shameful lot. They were potentially dangerous to the state as they followed inflexible monotheism and proselytizing zeal combined with intolerance of all other religious beliefs. Such features even stopped themselves to have a token allegiance to the emperor cult, which in effect had turned to be tantamount to treason. Apart from that, the imperial authorities looked at Jesus' teachings as subversive. As the faith spread, the imperial authorities came to the conclusion that the Christians were threatening the political power of the state. It explains the motivation behind the religious persecution and death penalty meted out to all who confessed to being Christians. This turmoil continued to exist more than 3 centuries in the beginning of Christian era. Despite, by 300 AD, nearly 1/3 of Roman population was Christian. Still, it was not capable enough to strike a chord as an important religion. But the conversion of Constantine the Great into Christianity in 312 AD had made profound changes in art as well as in history, whose impact is felt even today. Painting. Origin of early Christian works of art cannot be precisely traced due to the dearth of archaeological evidences. It has been said that none of the surviving paintings or sculptures can be dated earlier than 200 AD. One of the earliest representations of biblical narrative of this early phase has recently come down to us from a trading station and frontier town garrisoned by Romans in Mesopotamia called Dura Europos. It shows Moses striking water from the rock. It is not a great work of art, nor is it so much an illustration of the biblical description in visual terms. That perhaps accounts for Moses being the tallest figure standing in front of the holy tabernacle, in which we can see 7 branched candlestick. In order to signify that each tribe of Israel received its share of miraculous water, the artist has shown 12 rivulets, each flowing to a standing figure before tent. The artist was doubtless not very skillful, and that accounts for his simple methods. But perhaps he was not much concerned with drawing lifelike figures. The more lifelike they were, the more they sinned against the commandments forbidding image. His main intention was to remind the beholder of the occasions when God had manifested his power. The greatest accumulation of surviving works of early Christian art is to be found in Rome, which in fact was not a center of Christian faith. The painted decorations are generally seen in the catacombs, the underground burial places of Christians. These underground cemeteries were adopted at least as early as the 2nd century by Christians, also by Jews and others who shunned places for inhumation dedicated to pagan deities. As the early Christians believed in the resurrection of the body, they insisted on burial and objected to cremation that was normal for the lower classes in Rome. The artists who were called upon to paint Christian images in the catacombs were also not endowed with admirable skill. Like the painters of the Dura Europos synagogue, the catacomb painters disregarded all naturalistic techniques developed by the Greco-Roman art. No attempt was made to render illusionistic space. Figures are flat in rough strokes without modeling or shadows. But the catacomb paintings tell us a good deal about the spirit of the community that commissioned them. We have an interesting example to illustrate this point. 3 Men in the Fiery Furnaces is a catacomb wall painting of Rome, probably from the 3rd century AD. It shows 3 human figures painted in rough brush strokes. The painting is hardly beautiful in its own right. Moreover, in the first glance, we fail to grasp what it is all about. But it would have been appealed to its contemporary beholders altogether differently. Because the painting mainly seeks to remind the faithful of one of the instances of God's mercy and power. we read in the Bible, Daniel 3, says E. H. Gombrich. Of 3 high Jewish officials under King Nebuchadnezzar who refused to fall down and worship on a given signal when a gigantic golden image of the king was set up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Like so many Christians of the period, when these paintings were made, they had to pay the penalty for their refusal. They were thrown into a fiery furnace in their coats, their hosen, and their hats. But lo, the fire had no power upon their bodies, nor was a hair of their heads singed, neither were their coats changed. The Lord sent his angel and delivered his servants. The catacomb painter here brushes aside the dramatic expression of bodily movements and gestures for its own sake. Rather, he seems to be carried away by the idea of presenting straightforward the inspiring example of endurance and salvation. The 3 men in their Persian dress with outstretched, raised arms in the traditional posture of prayer, the flames and the dome symbolizing the divine help were recognizable to grasp the meaning as clearly and simply as possible. Another important early Christian imageries hail from the ceiling of an elaborate chamber in a catacomb in Rome. This was decorated in a style having certain formal order. The central circle in the painting shows a figure of a shepherd. He carries a lamb across his shoulders and is flanked by sheep. The circle branches out into 4 semicircular spaces, between which there are standing figures with outstretched raised arms, a pose similar to that of the 3 men in the fiery furnaces discussed earlier. Sculpture. Sculpture seems to have played a secondary role in the early Christian art. Biblical ban on the production and worship of graven images, as laid down in the 2nd commandment of the Old Testament, had exerted a great deal of pressure to avoid construction of large-size statues or idols. In addition to that, as image worship was widely prevalent in pagan temples, the new church wanted to distinguish itself from the earlier pagan religious practices. This explains the lack of representations of Christian religious personages in monumental scale, either in public or in private spaces. Anything associated with sculpture, therefore, is to be seen in the relief carvings on the stone coffins called sarcophagi. Evolved from the pagan model, the production of sarcophagi for the important members of the church began from the middle of the 3rd century. Carvings on the sarcophagi provide best surviving documents of the first phase of artistic enterprise of a specifically Christian art. As John Fleming and Hugh Horner observe, the earliest carvings are so similar to the friezes on the Arch of Constantine that they might seem to have been products of the same workshops. Soon afterwards, there was a reversion to older and more classical types of sarcophagus. Several figures on the early Christian sarcophagus of the 2 brothers, for instance, were directly copied from classical sources. The athletic male nude in the given sarcophagus obviously reveals this fact. Figures huddle on 2 registers to represent many incidents, but in the first glance it is difficult to grasp what it is all about, because the figures and incidents follow no narrative sequence. The upper register shows Christ raising Lazarus from the dead and pronouncing that Saint Peter will deny him. Abraham is shown preparing to sacrifice his son Isaac, and Pontius Pilate is washing his hand. Below, Saint Peter is apprehended by Roman soldiers who stand next to Daniel in the lion's den. Before the time of Constantine, the carvings of the sarcophagi mostly composed of figures familiar with catacomb paintings. A marble sarcophagus of the mid-3rd century in Rome clearly exemplifies their tone and tenor. When we look at the reliefs on the left, there appear various scenes of Jonah, the ship, the sea monster, and the reclining prophet with a scroll. Jonah's well-defined anatomy and the elegance of his pose directly stem from the classical visual vocabulary. So does the Good Shepherd in the relief as referred to earlier. Moreover, the central figure with upraised hands in prayer follows similar postures in the catacomb paintings as discussed earlier in the two instances. Seated figure holding a scroll derives from antique representations of writer or philosophers and is another of the metaphoric references to Christ, in this case his role as teacher. The figure being baptized on the right may be Christ himself. Representation of Christ in this disguised form may be the result of both a fear of making idolatrous image and an interest in expressing the more essential nature of the scene, from which a portrait of the person of Christ would detract. In a later sarcophagus done for a Roman prefect, Junius Bassus in 359 AD, figures are arranged in a more elaborate and well-proportioned order. They are delicately carved and stylistically owe much to the classical spirit. Here too, the scenes are set with no sequential order but on separate stages divided by colonnatus that enables the faithful spectator to focus on each in its turn. At the same time, the figures are arranged in certain thematic relationship to one another. The afflicted Job and St. Paul led off to martyrdom at either end of the lower register are thematically related to suffering. They are parallel instances of redemption through suffering, which also implies Christ's humiliating flagellation and crucifixion, neither of which was directly represented at this time. Christ is no longer a figure barely distinguishable from others, but is given importance in the composition. In the middle of the lower register, Christ is shown riding into Jerusalem, his moment of triumph on the earth, and immediately above he is shown enthroned between Saint Peter and Saint Paul. The seated figure, flanked by two standing figures, is an image of authority borrowed from imperial Roman art. Christ's feet rest on a canopy supported by the ancient Roman sky god. It gives clear suggestion to the fact that Christ is enthroned, ascended into the heavens. Here, one may be baffled to see Christ with clean, youthful face as opposed to his bearded face that we are familiar with. This difference is not without reason. Christ is portrayed in eternal youth and dressed in Greek pallium, which during this time in Italy came to be identified with philosophers and teachers. Depending upon this Greek model, Christ is rendered as world teacher. Probably modeled on the sculptural image of youthful Apollo, Christ's image of eternal youth recurs in early Christian art in varied forms. Looking at all these features discussed so far, Arnold Hauser observes that the early Christian art was primarily destined to suit the taste of the lower classes by distinguishing itself from the social elite. The catacomb paintings, in particular, must have been almost entirely works by simple artists, amateurs and daubers, and whose qualifications consist in their religious zeal rather than in any considerable amount of talent for work. However, there was degeneration of both taste and technique in the art of the old elite classes as well. Here, what we are confronted with is a conspicuous break in history. Yet, irrespective of the lack of technical skill and expression visible in the early stages of Christian art, a tendency is strongly felt among scholars to interpret those defects as the result of a conscious attempt to disregard the realism familiar with the Greco-Roman art. Under the influence of this idea, scholars tend to conclude that the lack of skillful rendering of realism as a spiritual gain and sign of progress, without ever looking into the aspect of interrelationship between the artist's intention and his power of execution. Arnold Hauser therefore argues that it is clearly absurd to deny all possibility of a gap between the artist's intention and his power of execution. There can be no question that such a gap existed in early Christian art. What has been praised in it as deliberate simplification, masterly concentration, or conscious idealizing and intensifying of the actual is in reality often just incapacity and poverty, just a helpless inability to render natural forms correctly and a primitive bungling of the drawing. This clumsiness of early Christian art continued until the Edict of Toleration, 313 AD, by which it became the official art of the state. Meantime, it became the art of the aristocrat and educated class. As the church now became rich and powerful, it began to portray Jesus and his disciples as majestic and dignified persons, as if they were distinguished Romans, imperial governors, or influential senators. Architectural decoration. During the period of persecution, there had been no need to build public places of worship. Once the Christian religion became enormously powerful after its official recognition, it embarked on large-scale architectural projects. But at the same time, it refused to model on or to continue the ancient pagan temples, as their function was completely different. The interior of the pagan temple was usually a small shrine to house the statue of the god, and processions and ritual sacrifices took place outside. The church, on the other hand, had to find sufficient room inside the church to accommodate the whole religious followers who assembled inside for service. With this different function, churches were constructed on the models of large assembly halls, which had been known as basilicas in Latin during classical periods, meaning royal halls. These buildings were used as covered market halls and court of justice or drill hall, and mainly consisted of large oblong halls with narrower lower compartments on the longer sides, divided from the main hall by rows of columns. At the far end, there was often room for a semicircular dais called apse, where the chairman of the meeting of judge could take his seat. The mother of the Emperor Constantine built such a basilica to serve as a church. Since then, the term basilica established itself for the churches of this kind. The semicircular niche or apse used for the high altar, towards which the worshipper's attention was directed. This part of the building where the altar stood came to be known as the choir. The main central hall where the faithful gathered was later known as the nave, meaning ship. The lower compartments on either side were called side aisles, meaning wings. Here are some questions. First, give an account of early Christian art of the period before Christianity became a state religion. Second, describe the image of Christ and its symbolism as recurrently appeared in the early Christian art. Third, explain the composition and its significance of the mosaic, the three men in the fiery furnaces. Here are some books for your reference. Hugh Honor and John Fleming, The Visual Arts, A History, Prentice Hall Inc., Englewood Cliffs, N.J. 1984. E. H. Gombrich, The Story of Art, Phaidon Press, London. Penelope J. E. Davis, Walter B. Denny et al., Jansen's History of Art, The Western Tradition, 7th edition, Prentice Hall, N.J. 2007. Paul Grossley, The Early Middle Ages in Dennis Hooker edited History of Western Art, Pipit Press, Boxtree Limited, London 1994. Arnold Hauser, The Social History of Art, Volume 1, Vintage Books, New York 1985. André Grabar, Byzantine Painting, Historical and Critical Study, Skira, Macmillan, London 1979. Clive Foss and Paul Magdaleno, The Making of the Past, Rome and Byzantium, Phaidon, London 1977. Gibbon E., The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Everyman, London 1960. Here we conclude this session on ancient Christian art. We'll meet again for another session. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on Computer Assisted Instruction or CAI. Due to exploration of knowledge, most of the countries in the world face the rise of globalization. For proving the worth of their country, education infrastructure and equality of education of that country is emphasized. Use of adaptive technology and situational learning are the main strategies for exploration of knowledge in such a context. Use of computers in educational settings is one such example. Computers have become an essential part of modern life. Skills to use them have become as basic and common as reading and writing. Computers are a familiar sight in the classrooms of the 21st century. Computers have great potential for computation, analysis work as well as instructional purpose. Use of computers in education started in the 1960s. The 20th century has witnessed an entry of computers in the field of education for serving different purposes. With advent of microcomputers, its use has become widespread from primary education through the university level. Studies have been taken place during the last few years on how effectively computers have been used in education field. Computer aided instruction or computer assisted instruction CAI, also known as computer based instruction or CBI, is diverse and is rapidly expanding spectrum of computer technologies that assist teaching and learning process. There are different ways in which computer can be used for education purpose, and not every use of a computer in the classroom is considered computer assisted instruction. CAI is that form of an interactive instructional technique whereby computer is used to present the instructional material through a computer program to a passive student, or computer becomes the platform for an interactive and personalized learning environment. Teaching to different levels of ability, background and interest has posed an eternal dilemma to educators. Instruction that is appropriate and beneficial for one student may not be for another. It is not practical to tailor classes or lessons for each and every student, and in such cases compromises are necessary. With computers to help in instruction, the learning of one individual will never be hindered by abilities or weaknesses of others. This is because computer programs are interactive and can illustrate a concept through attractive animation, sound and demonstration. Computer-based tools and applications are used to assist the teacher or school administrator in the management of the learner and instructional process. Individualized instruction, self-learning, psychological-based learning and development of cognitive domains are demands of the present day with advancement of technology in the world. To pace with this advancement, CAI can become a solution. CAI is that in which the teacher uses computer at different times and spaces according to the characteristics of the subject matter, the students, the available software and the hardware. Before developing a CAI, the teachers will have to do the following. The first and foremost thing a teacher should do is to identify the problem, that is, to select the areas necessary for the students or where the students find it difficult to learn. It is in this area that the CAI has to be developed. After the problem is identified, some objectives are to be designed related to the problem. After completion of the program material, it should be programmed with the help of computer software to convert it into useful form. Different softwares like Excel, PowerPoint, PageMakers, Microsoft Office, Flash and many other graphical softwares can be used to develop the CAI. Use of computers in instruction. Computers are useful in the instructional process as follows. For an attainment of higher level objectives of cognitive domain, as an integrating tool for combining subjects such as mathematics, languages, biology, social studies, etc., to enhance learning process among school students, to solve problems at higher secondary levels, used for various instructional purposes where students can achieve different skills, and useful for students of visual arts through computer graphics. Types of computer assisted instruction. Instructional computers are basically used in one of two ways. Either they provide a straightforward presentation of data, or they fill a tutorial role in which the students are tested on comprehension. Information that encourages interaction can be easily presented on computers. These can be presented in the form of text, multimedia format, photographs, videos, music, games, speech, animations, etc. Computer assisted instruction system fall into two basic types: tool or tutor. In the tutor classification, the computer has the information to be learned and controls the learning environment. In this classification, there are different modes. They are the following: drill and practice, tutorials, simulations, games, discovery and problem solving. Drill and practice. Typical instructional media used with CAI has been drill and practice software presentations. Drill and practice is also known as drill and kill. This can be used in all subject areas. It is suited to the behavioral model with repeated practice on lower level cognitive skills. These do not require instructor facilitation or a two-way exchange of ideas between the teacher and the student. The guided drill is a computer program that poses questions to students returns feedback and selects additional questions based on students' responses. Drill and practice CAI has primarily been a learning method where information is presented and repeated until a certain level of student achievement is attained. Recent drill systems incorporate the principles of education in addition to subject matter knowledge into the computer program. Drill and practice CAI procedures can be best used for students with learning disabilities. Computer-assisted instruction can positively impact reading achievement for students with disabilities. Such students with disabilities can be given instruction focusing on skills such as vocabulary, language, word recognition, reading, comprehension, and higher order thinking skills. Tutorial. This model is one of the most common ones within CAI. In this mode, the computer presents the information, guides the learner through the system, and allows the learner to practice and then assess themselves. Tutorial activity includes both the presentation of information and its extension into different forms of work, including drill and practice, games, and simulation. The tutorial program in a computer works in the following manner. The student is asked a question by the computer and the student is asked to type the answer for it. If the answer is correct, the student is given more challenging questions or problems. The various computer messages will indicate the flow in procedure and the program bypasses more complicated questions until the student shows mastery in that particular area. Simulations. In the simulation mode, the learner works with a simulation of the real world. The simulation software can thus provide an approximation of reality. This type of CAI is used where it is not practical or feasible to provide the learning in real life. Computers can help visualize things that are difficult or practically impossible to view. The simulation mode CAI does not require the expenses of real life or its risk. Explorations and manipulations of simulated environments can be accomplished with the CAI, ranging from virtual laboratory experiments that can be too difficult to complex virtual worlds. For example, simulation models are usually used in pilot training where they are used to show a virtual environment. They are also used to display human anatomy, molecular structures, etc. Games. Games mode is generally competitive. It often creates a contest wherein one has to achieve the highest scores. This mode has time constraints. Discovery. This approach gives large database of information on a specific content. Then the learner is challenged to analyze, infer, compare, and evaluate based on the explorations they make with the data provided. Problem solving. This approach helps children develop specific problem solving skills and strategies. The CAI programs in the simulation mode and game mode is difficult to develop, but the learners tend to find them more entertaining and challenging. CAI systems can be categorized based on who controls the progression of the lesson. Early systems were linear presentations of information and control was directed by the author of the software. In modern systems like that in visualization systems and simulated environments, control often is done by the student or the instructor. Whereas the tool classification helps in enhancing the teaching process, usually by focusing on one particular learning task and aims to improve it. CAI tools such as word processor, spreadsheets, Excel sheets, databases, etc. collects information, organizes it, analyzes and transmit information. They also help facilitating communication among students and between the students and instructors. Advantages of computer assisted instruction. Computers play an important role in different fields of education. Role of computers in education instruction is very much talked about nowadays. computers seem to be acquiring increasingly vital role in the classroom instructional process. Computer assisted instruction is an instructional program where materials for instruction are presented by means of a computer. The potential benefits of computer assisted instruction cannot be underestimated in the contemporary world. It plays a very big role in helping teaching content to students in a class effectively than traditional method. It can be used effectively to address academic and communication and language skills. The main aim of computer assisted learning is to meet the needs of the individuals, which are often a difficult task for the teachers. Learner's achievement depends on certain characteristics such as his intelligence, motivation, personality, interest in particular subject, aptitude, etc. But with the CAI, the learner can learn the contents as per his own capacity. He can also repeat the task if he is unable to understand it. The CAI program can adapt to the abilities and preferences of the individual student and increase the amount of personalized instruction a student receives. Students who are shy and those who are slow learners benefit the most from a private learning environment. The learner can spend more time on those topics that are causing difficulty. Information can be reviewed and tasks can be repeated until the learner is happy to move on to a new topic. The CAI method makes subjects more interesting and develops a favorable attitude towards the subjects taught in this method. Computer learning experiences often engage the interest of students, motivating them to learn and increasing independence and personal responsibility for education. It increases motivation by providing a context for the learner that is challenging and stimulate curiosity. The CAI method helps the students to understand the concept due to incorporation of graphical and numerical approach. Continuous interaction can be made possible with this type of instruction. Moreover, the CAI is time saving because computers can virtually perform miracles in processing performance data. Computers are tireless and can work and instruct at any time under any circumstances. Burnout for this type of instruction can be remedied by simply replacing the machine with another or either replacing a part of it. Computer assisted instruction add action to the information which students receive through one-way process and help students to see the unseen, to test the theoretical concepts and to comprehend abstract ideals. It can dramatically increase a student's access to information. Moreover, the multimedia helps to understand difficult concepts through multisensory approach, and the students can decide when and where to learn. Computer assisted instruction improves instruction for students with disabilities, language limitations and physical limitations because students receive immediate feedback. A well designed and implemented tutorial CAI used as a supplement to traditional instruction can produce educationally significant improvement in student examination achievement. A great deal of research has been conducted during the 1970s, 80s and 90s on the effect of computer use on students' achievements and their learning rates. Studies have been carried out extensively to find out the effectiveness of CAI in terms of achievement of students in learning as a substitute for traditional method of teaching. Researchers on computer assisted instruction have shown that CAI is most successful with early childhood through secondary age learners. But depending on the targeted skill and the needs of the learner, CAI may be used with nearly any age. Apart from all the advantages above, numerous studies have reported that CAI is successful in raising examination scores, improving student attitudes and lowering the amount of time required to master certain material. Teaching through computers has been found effective not only for academic achievement but also for some other aspects like interest and attitude. Computer-assisted instruction has also been growing in use in a wide number of employment areas. It has been used to teach novice nurses how to perform intravenous injections, to teach jet engine machines in the Air Force maintenance task, and to provide safety instruction for food service workers in urban hospitals. The commonly known encouraging advantages of CAI are individualized instruction, self-paced learning, content consistency, lower cost, learner tracking, human-computer interaction, and ability to present educational content in a variety of ways. But of all the advantages that computer will deliver to education, the foremost will be their capacity to act as individual tutors. On the whole, it can be inferred that teaching through computers is effective in terms of students' academic achievement, and it helps in increasing conceptual understanding. Limitations of computer-assisted instruction. There are drawbacks to the implementation of computers in instruction, however. The main problem with using computer-aided instruction is the difference in memories in computers and those of humans. Anything in a computer memory can be erased completely. Other disadvantages of CAI stem from the difficulty and expense of implementing and maintaining the necessary computer systems. They are generally costly systems to purchase, maintain, and update. Computer-assisted learning need not be interesting and useful to all those who are exposed to it. Only personalization of information allows computer-assisted instruction to increase learner interest in a given task. With the diversity of students increasing every day, it is practically not possible to personalize the information that is to be instructed for each and everyone. There is possibility that one may be overwhelmed by the information and resources available. CAI should be used to supplement, not replace, traditional reading instruction. Teachers who use CAI often should implement it as an addition to their regular reading program. The children using CAI thus should be able to receive additional instruction and practice in reading. The overuse of multimedia in instruction may divert the attention of the students from the actual content. While using CAI in classrooms, it is necessary that the student also gets trained in the computer technology. This process can distract them from the core education process. Ideally, the aim of CAI is to accommodate all the learners, but this may be a hard thing to do. Not all learners adapt equally well to the computer or web learning environment. It may be difficult for many students to adapt their learning style to computer-assisted instructions. This can cause anxiety, which can inhibit knowledge acquisition in the learners. If tried to move again with such students, can cause undue stress on the learner. It is also felt that learning becomes more mechanical with computer-assisted instruction. There are also fears, whether justified or not, that the use of computers in education decreases the amount of human interaction. Human instructors will no longer have a class when computers are fully used for instruction purposes. It is not necessary that every teacher knows how to make the best use of computers. Lack of proper infrastructure in schools and teaching institutions may also cause a problem. Non-availability of good CAI packages would be another limitation. It is criticized by many that poorly designed CAI systems can dehumanize or regiment the educational experiences. It thereby reduces interest of learning in students and get demotivated. In some applications, especially those involving abstract reasoning and problem solving processes, it is found that CAI has not been very effective. Conclusion. Though the studies find that CAI may not be suitable to all learning styles, the motivated learners who require specific instruction in a sequential format and enjoy frequent feedbacks will generally benefit for computer-aided instruction. In a CAI environment, it is important that the CAI program is easy to use and reliable. A good CAI program should be aware of the different learning strategies that exist and which ones are more effective in a given situation. Such a program should be able to aid the learner by informing them of the various strategies and presenting them at the appropriate points throughout the program. Let me summarize the session. Computers have become an essential part of modern life. Skills to use them have become as basic and common as reading and writing. Computers have great potential for computation, analysis work as well as instructional purpose. Use of computers in education started in the 1960s. Computers are also used for instructional purposes in the education field. Computer aided or computer assisted instruction or CAI, also known as computer based instruction or CBI, is diverse and is rapidly expanding spectrum of computer technologies that assist teaching and learning process. CAI is that form of an interactive instructional technique whereby computer is used to present the instructional material through a computer program to a passive student, or computer becomes the platform for an interactive and personalized learning environment. The chapter deals with CAI and its various types. The advantages and disadvantages in using computers in instructional purposes are also mentioned in the chapter. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What do you understand by computer assisted instruction or CAI? Why is it useful in the present scenario? What are the processes that a teacher should take care of before developing a computer assisted instruction or CAI? What is the difference between tutorial model of computer assisted instruction and simulations model? What are the limitations of computer assisted instruction? What are the advantages of using computer assisted instruction in classrooms and how it benefits the learners? Hope that you may go through these reference books for further understanding. Effectiveness of computer assisted instruction blended with classroom teaching methods to acquire automotive psychomotor skills, written by Gilbert D.W. and published by ProQuest Information and Learning Company, Ann Arbor, in the year 2006. Information Technology and Education, written by Mahapatra B.C. and published by Saroop and Sons, New Delhi, in 2005. Information and Communication Technology in Education, Interactive Multimedia Instructional Strategies for Teaching Learning Process, written by Kirwadkar A. and Pushpanadham K., published by Saroop and Sons, New Delhi, in the year 2005. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
At first, they may not appear to be worthy of attention. They bear no tasty fruit. They grow on that marshy no man's land bordering sea or river, and to only about 1.5 meters in height. Yet today, these diminutive plants are being increasingly recognized as the unsung heroes of the Earth's many biologically complex ecosystems. Mangroves, as these trees are called, are rich in biodiversity and are veritable cradles of a variety of plant, bird, animal and marine life. Situated as they are in the intertidal zone of marine coastal environments and estuarine margins, mangroves play a vital role in preventing soil erosion from floods. While the unique aerial root systems provide a highly protective belt against tidal waves and coastal storms. Mangroves are among the oldest of the Earth's trees, originating, it is believed, around 114 million years ago in the Indo-Malaysian area. The first recorded mention of this ancient genus dates back to reports of their sightings around the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf by Emmrc in 325 BC and Theophrastus in 305 BC. They appear again in that comprehensive 1668 treatise on the flora of the Western Ghats, the Hortus Malabaricus by Van Reed, the then governor of the Dutch Malabar region. Today, mangroves dominate approximately 75% of the world's tropical coastline between 25 degrees north and 25 degrees south latitudes. Home to nearly 84 known species varieties, mangroves provide a breeding ground for marine life, including fish species, shrimps, shellfish, and crabs. An estimated 80% of the global fish catch depends directly or indirectly on mangroves. Mangroves are an ideal nursery habitat for young fish. They provide cooler water with higher oxygen content during the early stages of their lives, as also plenty of food through the accumulation of bacteria and mangrove tree detritus, while their dense, swampy thickets and aerial roots provide a safe haven from the predations of larger animals.
The mudbank formation, it is an operation of marine ecosystem. At the same time, mangroves plays a major role in mudbank formation because all the materials of the mangrove ecosystem, shedding of leaves and after decomposition, everything is deposited in the coastal water.
Home to a rich variety of flora and fauna species, mangroves offer ideal nesting grounds for a wide variety of migratory birds. The abundant growth of cyanobacteria in these ecosystems increases the latter's nitrogen content. Mangroves also produce 29 to 75 tons of biomass per hectare. This transforms nutrients on a continuous basis into sources of nitrogen, phosphorus and other beneficial plant nourishment.
Northern part of Kerala, there is a lot of mangrove resources available, and many species are available of mangroves, like for example the Avicennia officinalis, then Avicennia marina, and then we have Soneraceae alba, Rhizophora mucronata, then Bruguera cylindrica, and then we have the smaller varieties called Acanthus ilicifolius. So these mangroves are able to store carbon, a great quantity of carbon, and not only in its leaves and stems and roots, but also in the sediment. So this actually it reduces the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which is a growing concern globally because of the global warming issue, and because of this potential it is very essential to conserve the mangroves.
A 2011 Gujarat Ecology Commission report states that mangroves, through their high carbon sequestration rate of 45 kilograms per acre every day, act as an ideal natural foil against the ever-increasing threat of global warming. Resilient survivors, they are well adapted to their largely hostile coastal environments. For instance, while other plants may perish from the salt water present here, mangroves have not only evolved a unique seawater filtration system, but also one that allows them to extract fresh water from these deposits whenever required. The mangrove's unique aerial root systems absorb high wave energy, thus reducing their impact, especially during cyclones and tidal waves. A good case in point is the 2004 tsunami in the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu. It was the presence of dense mangroves in coastal areas like Pichavaram and Mudupet that lessened the scale of tidal devastation in those regions. By serving as a natural barrier between land and sea, mangroves protect the earth from coastal erosion, shrinking shorelines, riverbank erosion, tidal bores, seawater seepage and intrusion. Mangroves serve as natural sewage treatment plants with their inborn ability to metabolize organic waste. They also purify the water that we drink and the air that we breathe. They absorb impurities and harmful heavy metals from water. By sucking up pollutants from the atmosphere, these tiny coastal watchmen provide us with clean, breathable air. They also collect rainwater during the rainy season and release it gradually into the earth. The local communities in coastal Kerala utilize the nutrient-rich mud from the marshy mudflats of mangroves as fertilizer for a better coconut yield. Mangroves are rich in calcium content. This is helpful for milk production. Thus, mangrove leaves are used as cattle feed in rural areas, saving dairy cows from milk fever, a metabolic disease caused by low blood calcium levels. Like mammals and unlike flowering plants, mangroves are viviparous in nature. That is, they produce live young instead of dormant resting seeds like other plants. These propagules, as they are called, are dispersed through the water around the parent tree or shrub and soon take root elsewhere. Today, mangroves are disappearing 3 to 5 times faster than overall global floral forest species. They represent less than 1% of all tropical forests worldwide. Roughly 50% of the world's mangroves have been wiped out in the last half-century. once occupying about 700 square kilometers of coastal area in the southernmost Indian state of Kerala. Mangroves today cover a mere 17 square kilometers and have been declared a threatened species. Dumping of waste, including plastics and chemicals, is only one of the threats facing the mangrove ecosystem and the species living within it. Yet, all is not lost, for nature's never say die champion. A growing awareness of the crucial role that these trees play in preserving and nurturing a region's ecology has led to efforts by conservationists, institutions, and ordinary nature lovers to work towards the preservation of the world's mangrove wealth. The late Kallen Pokuran was one of the first persons in Kerala to recognize the importance of mangroves and to work towards their preservation. After his death in 2015, at the age of 78, his son P. Raghunathan has continued to uphold and carry forward his father's legacy. Raghunathan today collects, categorizes, and nurtures the saplings of various mangrove species in his nursery for replanting later elsewhere during favorable seasons.
ഈ കണ്ടലിൻ്റെ സീസൺ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സീസണ് ഏകദേശം ഒരു ജനുവരി ഫെബ്രുവരി മാസത്തോടെ തുടങ്ങും. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് ഈ വിത്തെല്ലാം മൂത്തിട്ട് കണ്ടലിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ വീണ് കിടക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ വീണ് കിടക്കുന്ന വിത്ത് തോണിയായിട്ട് പോയിട്ട് പിന്നെ ശേഖരിക്കും. തോണിയിൽ ഒരുപാട് സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ഇവിടെ പള്ളിക്കര, താവം, ഇങ്ങനെ പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലും പോയിട്ട് ഈ കണ്ടലിൻ്റെ വിത്ത് ശേഖരിക്കും. ശേഖരിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം വിത്ത് അടുക്കി കെട്ടിവെക്കും. കെട്ടിയിട്ട് മണ്ണിൽ കുത്തിവെക്കും. ആദ്യം മണ്ണ് പാകും. ആ മണ്ണ് പാകിയതിന് ശേഷം ഈ വിത്ത് കെട്ടിയിട്ട് വിത്തിൻ്റെ അടിഭാഗം നിലത്ത് മുട്ടത്തക്ക രീതിയിൽ കുത്തി വെക്കും. 100 കെട്ടുകളായിട്ട് കുത്തി വെക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ കുത്തി വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കുറേ കാലത്തേക്ക് ഈ വിത്ത് മോശമാവില്ല. അതിനുശേഷം പല സ്കൂളിലെ പല കുട്ടികളും വരും, പിന്നെ സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രവർത്തകർ വരും. പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കണം എന്ന് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള മാർഗനിർദ്ദേശം തരണം. അതുകൊണ്ട് സ്കൂൾ കുട്ടികളാണെങ്കിൽ അധ്യാപകർ വന്നിട്ട് ആ കുട്ടികളുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കും. സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രവർത്തകരാണെങ്കിൽ അത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ട വിത്തുകൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോകും, അവർ വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കും. ചിലർ സ്വയം തന്നെ വെക്കും, മറ്റു ചിലർ നമ്മളെ കൂട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടുപോയി കൊണ്ട് വെക്കാനില്ല എല്ലാ മാർഗനിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളും മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതിന് ശേഷം വെക്കും. അങ്ങനെ പല കാസർഗോഡ് ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നായാലും കണ്ണൂർ ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നായാലും ഒട്ടനവധി വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളും അധ്യാപകരും സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രവർത്തകരൊക്കെ ഇത് വന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോയി വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
Raghunathan is a firm believer in traditional methods of mangrove utilization by local communities in order to preserve the ecosystem. To offset the ecological damage caused by large-scale commercial fish, shrimp and crab farming methods in Kannur district, Raghunathan promotes traditional fish catching methods like manja, an indigenous way of trapping fish with the use of a box-like contraption, and tappal, where fish are caught by hand, much as our earliest forefathers used to do. The use of ring nets to trap crabs and fish is another time-honored and ecologically safe fishing practice that Raghunathan encourages in mangrove habitats. Likewise, he promotes the Pokkali and Kaipat method of farming, in which rice cultivation and aquaculture go together. These are once popular integrated organic farming systems that have fallen into disuse today. This system of farming ensures sufficient nutrient recycling in an area. Ecotourism and community reserve projects are yet other ways to increase public awareness and responsibility in mangrove protection and propagation. Vellikeel in Kerala's Kannur district is one such mangrove ecotourism destination. This reserve was developed without affecting the ecological balance of the mangrove forest. Today, the fresh, clean and invigorating air that visitors breathe here underscores, like nothing else, the importance of mangrove conservation for the future health of our planet and its inhabitants. The Kadalundi Vallikunna Community Reserve is another similar venture. It is the state's first community reserve project and is spread over 150 hectares on the banks of the Kadalundi River. Kottail Ayyappan is a watcher at this reserve. He is one among those who have dedicated their lives to mangrove restoration. Many of these trees have grown from the saplings that Ayyappan had collected from various places in Kerala and replanted here during the reserve's inception. Today, Kadalundi occupies a preeminent position among similar community reserves in the state.
ഞങ്ങൾ 4 വാച്ചർമാരുണ്ട്. ഈ 4 വാച്ചർമാരും 3 പേര് എപ്പോഴും ഫീൽഡിലുണ്ടാവും. ഒരാൾ ഓഫീസിലുണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും കണ്ടൽ വെട്ടിയാൽ ഇവിടെ മാത്രമല്ല പുല്ലിപ്പുഴ ചെറുവണ്ണൂർ ഭാഗങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളാണ് നോക്കണത്. അപ്പോൾ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഞങ്ങൾ അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേറെ കൂട്ടുകാരൊക്കെ ഫോൺ ചെയ്തിട്ടോ അവിടെ എല്ലാവരും പോവും. അവിടെ നിന്നൊക്കെ ഒരുപാട് കേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബാക്കിയുള്ളതൊക്കെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒഴിവിട്ടുന്ന സമയത്തൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ കണ്ടൽ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ വിത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ പല സ്ഥലത്തും നട്ടു വളർത്തുന്നുണ്ട്.
Ayyappan is ably aided in his mission by a 3-member team. They are a busy foursome, guiding students, teachers and researchers who visit here, sharing their knowledge about mangroves regarding species variety, their peculiar properties, benefits, medicinal values and the need to conserve them today. Alongside, the team monitors activities within the reserve to ensure that there is no pollution or destruction of the habitat.
ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി പഠിക്കാനായിട്ട് കോളേജ് വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ ഓരോ യൂണിറ്റുള്ള കുടുംബശ്രീ അങ്ങനെ പല ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ക്ലബ്ബുകളായിട്ടും നമുക്ക് കണ്ടലിനെ പറ്റി പഠിക്കാൻ ഇവിടെ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർക്ക് വേണ്ട ഒരു 1 ഡേ ക്യാമ്പാണ് ഇവിടെ നടത്താറുള്ളത്. അവർക്ക് കണ്ടലിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ക്ലാസ്, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പിന്നെ ഉച്ചഭക്ഷണം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ പക്ഷികളെ പറ്റി, വിദേശ പക്ഷികൾ വരുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണ്. സെപ്റ്റംബർ ടു മാർച്ചാണ് പക്ഷികളുടെ സമയം. പല രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് അമേരിക്ക, യൂറേഷ്യ, നൈജീരിയ, പല രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വിസയില്ലാതെ എത്തുന്ന ഈ ദേശാടന പക്ഷികൾ നമ്മളെ കടലുണ്ടിയിലെത്തുമ്പോൾ അവയെപ്പറ്റി പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താനും ഒക്കെ അവർക്ക് ചെയ്തു കൊടുക്കാറുള്ളത്.
Elsewhere in the district, at Sir Syed College at Taliparamba, young student P.V. Abdullah Muhammad is scripting his own story in mangrove conservation. Abdullah's interest in the subject took root under his teacher, P.V. Prabhakaran, at the Government Welfare Higher Secondary School at Cherukunna in Kannur district. Ever since, this young student has been busy planting saplings of different species of mangroves along the shores of rivers and water bodies in the region. Soon, he had gathered together a dedicated band of mangrove lovers who, guided by their teachers, have converted 4 acres of nearby land into a rich mangrove forest at their school at Cherukunna. Now pursuing his degree at the Sir Syed College at Taliparamba, Abdullah still takes time off to visit the school's mangrove forest frequently and guide the students there in their efforts at mangrove conservation and propagation. The young man also organizes nature classes and mangrove awareness campaigns in his college. One such campaign is a poster design program that he has launched with the support of his teachers and the Campus Nature Club. Abdullah believes that creating awareness is crucial in reducing the conversion of mangrove forests for other land uses. For nearly 80% of Kerala's existing mangroves are situated on private lands. Abdullah is also involved in highlighting the long-term benefits of mangroves among local communities in such areas as the role of mangroves in groundwater recharging, protection from erosion and tidal damage, in chemical pollution absorption, oxygen production, pollution filtration, and heavy metal removal. Such awareness campaigns, Abdullah feels, will go a long way in fostering a spirit of mangrove conservation and preservation. Not surprisingly, Abdullah's subject for his degree is biochemistry. Under the guidance of Professor Shrija, a well-known figure in mangrove research, Abdullah is researching the response of a mangrove associate, Acrosticum aureum, to salinity stress and the plant's physiological and biochemical response towards salinity. Also known as mangrove fern or golden leather fern, Acrosticum aureum is the only pteridophyte genus found in the mangrove ecosystem. Abdullah is studying the plant's ecophysiological activities, phytochemical characteristics, medicinal and antimicrobial properties for his research.
My research project is mainly about the mangrove species Acrosticum aureum, and I am focusing about the physiological and biochemical aspects of mangrove species, and is especially Acrosticum aureum and related plants have a stress tolerant activity. Then mainly I use the instrument GCMS for the analysis of the small or minute compounds were present in a plant. Then the most important property of the mangrove species is stress tolerant activity, especially salinity tolerance is the main for mangrove species.
Thanks to the efforts of activists like Abdullah and other researchers and teachers, the Sir Syed College is fast emerging as a research center in mangroves.
Sir Syed College have two research departments, botany and chemistry. These two research departments are exclusively promoting the mangrove based research. Recently we have got a program from central government, that is Department of Science and funded by Department of Science and Technology FIST program, in which the program is exclusively for promoting the particular mangrove species research, and thereby we are purchased two important instruments, gas chromatography and FTIR. These gas chromatography instruments are purely used for the research of this particular species. In mangrove, there are some of the mangroves are medicinal, especially Abyssinia and Rhizophora species have medicinal property. Some of the research scholars are working with these species to elaborate or to establish the medicinal value of this particular species. We have 43 research scholars, and most of the research scholars are still working with the physiological aspects and anatomical, physiological and biochemical aspects of the medicinal plants.
Just as the mangrove is the uncelebrated star in the firmament of a biodiverse environment, people like Ayyappan, P. Raghunath and Abdullah are themselves the unheralded champions in the field of mangrove conservation. Together, they are nature's hardy foot soldiers, fighting in the front ranks where land meets water and where the past meets the future.
Welcome to the session Project Management and PERT CPM. PERT, Project or Program Evaluation Review Technique, and CPM, Critical Path Method, are the two methods of project management. Before any activity begins related to the work of a project, every project requires an advanced, accurate time estimate. Without an accurate estimate, no project can be completed within the budget and the target completion date. PERT and CPM help us to complete a project within the stipulated time and budget. So let us understand first what is project. A project is a series of activities to accomplish a specific objective. Project management involves project planning, monitoring, and controlling. Successful project management ensures the completion of project in time within the budget and specification. Let us familiarize project with a simple example. Arranging for a tea party. It is a project. The project arranging a tea party requires the following activities: invite guests, procure materials, prepare snacks, arrange for the dishes, prepare tea, arrange seats, set table with snacks and dishes, and clean the table. From the above example, it is understood that each activity needs physical time for its completion. Certain activities are interrelated. For example, tea cannot be served until its preparation is completed. Each activity will require one or more of the resources such as manpower, raw materials, and equipments. The project will be completed only if all of its activities are completed. Network representation of projects. Network analysis is a must for studying PERT and CPM. Network analysis is a technique related to the sequencing problems which are concerned with minimizing the performance of the system, such as the total completion of the project, overall cost, etc. In other words, network analysis is a system which plans project by analyzing the project activities. It is one of the most popular techniques used for planning, scheduling, monitoring, and coordinating large and complex projects comprising a number of activities. Objectives of network analysis. It is a powerful tool for planning, scheduling, and control of project. It shows a simple way of the interrelationship of the various activities of constituting a project. Minimize total cost, minimize total time. It leads optimal use of resources. It avoids production delays, interruption, and conflicts. It provides a comprehensive idea about the project, and it provides up-to-date information through frequent reporting. Terms related to network analysis. Network is a series of related activities which results in some product or service. Network diagram. It is a diagram which represents the activities and events of a network, their sequence and relationship. Activity of network represents project operation or task to be conducted. It is an element of job or task or item of work to be completed in a specific time period. Activities require the expenditure time and resources for their accomplishment. Each activity is represented by an arrow. The head of the arrow indicates the sequence or flow of activities. An activity cannot begin until the completion of the preceding activities. The activities can be classified into three categories. They are: 1. Immediate predecessor activity, 2nd. Immediate successor activity, and 3rd. Dummy activity. If an activity B is supposed to start immediately after activity A, then A is called the immediate predecessor of B and B is called the immediate successor of A. If a project contains two or more activities which have some of their immediate predecessors is common, then there will be a dummy activity. Dummy activity is an imaginary activity which does not consume any resource. It indicates the predecessor or successor relationship clearly in any activity. Critical Path Method (CPM). CPM was developed in 1956 by Morgan R. Walker of DuPont Company and James E. Kelly of Remington Rand, both in USA. CPM is an activity-oriented method of project management. Here, emphasis is given to activities of the project. It's a network technique involving the preparation of network in the form of diagram. It is analyzed to locate critical path. After preparing the network diagram, we can locate the various possible paths. From that, we can determine critical path. CPM emphasizes the relationship between resources to shorten the duration of given jobs and increase the cost of these additional resources. CPM operates on the assumption that there is a precise non-time that each activity in the project will be taken. Critical path analysis. The main objective of critical path analysis is to estimate the total project duration and to assign starting and finishing times to all activities involved in the project. The following terms are related with CPM. Path. It refers to unbroken or continuous chain of activities from start event to end event in the network diagram. Critical path. Critical path is that sequence of activities which determines the total project time. Critical path is the continuous chain of critical activities in a network diagram. It is the longest path starting from first to last event and is shown by the thick line or double lines in the network diagram. Activities lying on the critical path are called critical activities. An activity is said to be critical if a delay in its start will cause a further delay in the completion of entire project. Length of critical path. It is the sum of individual times of all critical activities lying on it and defines the minimum time required to complete the project. To determine the duration of individual activities in CPM, 4 activity times are to be computed. First one, earliest start time, EST. It is the earliest time at which an activity can start. Second one, earliest finish time, EFT. It is the earliest starting time plus activity time, that is EST, that is earliest starting time plus activity duration. In other words, it is the earliest time by which an activity can be finished. Latest start time, LST. It is the latest time by an activity can be started without delaying the completion of the project. It can be found by deducting activity duration from latest finish time. LST is equal to LFT minus activity duration. Latest finish time. It is the latest time by which an activity can be finished without delaying the completion of the project. Steps to determine the critical path. Break down the project into various activities systematically. All the activities are to be arranged logically. Then construct an arrow diagram. Number all the nodes or events and activities. Mark activity time on arrow. Calculate earliest start time, earliest finish time, latest start time and latest finish time and mark these times on arrow diagram. Determine total float for each activity. Total float of an activity is defined as difference between the latest finish and the earliest finish of the activity or the difference between the latest start and the earliest start of the activity. The activities with total float 0 are the critical activities. Locate the critical activities. The activities with 0 float are the critical activities. Connect these critical activities by double line arrow. It is the critical path. Then calculate the total project duration. Next, advantages of critical path method. It helps the top management to concentrate their attention to the critical activities and their completion in time. It helps to locate the critical and non-critical activities. The management can transfer resources of non-critical activities into critical activities for the completion of the project in time. It helps to plan and schedule a project. It provides relevant information about the duration, size and performance of an activity. Here is a simple example. Start. Task A, then task B, task E, end. Then again from start, task D, task C, task F, then end. In this project, there are 5 parts. The part 1 is A, B, E. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again start, task D, task C, task F, end. The second part is A, C, E. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again from start, task D, task E, task F, end. The third part is ACF. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again start, task D, task C, task F, end. The fourth part is DCE. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Start, task B, task C, task F, end. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again start, task D, task C, task F, end. And the fifth part is DCF. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Start, task D, task C, task F, end. The length of each part is shown below. Start, task A 15 minutes, task B 20 minutes, task E 10 minutes, end. Then start, task D 30 minutes, task C 15 minutes, task F 5 minutes, end. A plus B plus E 45, A plus C plus E 40, A plus C plus F 35, D plus C plus E 55, D plus C plus F 50. So it is understood that DCE is the critical path. Program or Project Evaluation and Review Technique, PERT. PERT or Project Evaluation and Review Technique is a project management tool developed by the government contracting company Booz Allen Hamilton in Virginia in coordination with the US Navy in 1957 to support the US Navy's Polaris nuclear submarine project. It was also used in the Fleet Ballistic Missile Program in 1958. It is more of an event-oriented technique rather than start and completion oriented and is used more in projects where time is the major factor rather than cost. It is applied to very large scale, one-time, complex, non-routine infrastructure and research and development projects. Now this technique is popular in business and other organizations. PERT assists business managers in planning and controlling a project. So it is a management technique. It allows a manager to calculate the expected total amount of time required to complete the entire project. At the same time, it helps to highlight critical activities of the project. Identification of critical activities helps the manager either to allocate more resources or keep a careful PERT is preferred for those projects which are of non-repetitive nature or for those projects in which precise time determination for various activities cannot be made. In PERT, it is assumed that the time to perform each activity is uncertain. PERT incorporates the statistical analysis in determining time estimates. PERT planning involves the following steps that are described below. Identify the specific activities and milestones. The activities are the tasks required to complete a project. The milestones are the events marking the beginning and the end of one or more activities. It is helpful to list the task in a table that in later steps can be expanded to include information on sequence and duration. determine the proper sequence of the activities. This step may be combined with the activity identification step, since the activity sequence is evident for some tasks. Other tasks may require more analysis to determine the exact order in which they must be performed. Construct a network diagram. Using the activity sequence information, a network diagram can be drawn showing the sequence of the serial and parallel activities. Each activity represents a node in the network and the arrows represent the relation between activities. Software packages simplify this step by automatically converting tabular activity information into a network diagram. Estimate the time required for each activity. Weeks are a commonly used unit of time for activity completion, but any consistent unit of time can be used. A distinguishing feature of the PERT is its ability to deal with uncertainty in activity completion time. For each activity, the model usually includes 3 time estimates. They are optimistic time estimate, most likely time estimate, and pessimistic time estimate. Let us have a brief description of each of these time estimates. First one, optimistic time estimate. It is the shortest possible time in which an activity can be completed under ideal conditions if everything goes well. There is a very little chance that activity can be done in time less than the optimistic time. It is the estimate of minimum possible time which an activity will take to complete within ideal situations. Most likely time estimate. It refers to the estimate of the normal time that the activity would take. It is the model value. Pessimistic time estimate. It is the maximum time that an activity would take if everything goes wrong and abnormal situations are prevailed. Most likely time estimate lies in between optimistic time estimate and pessimistic time estimate. The difference in these 3 times gives a measure of the relative uncertainty involved in the activity. From the above 3 time estimates, the expected time of each activity would be calculated by using the following formula. T raised to E equal to T raised to 0 plus 4 T raised to M plus T raised to P all divided by 6. Determine the critical path. The critical path is determined by adding the times for the activities in each sequence and determining the longest path in the project. The critical path determines the total calendar time required for the project. Difference between PERT and CPM. First one, CPM is activity oriented. That is, CPM network is built on the basis of activities, whereas PERT is event oriented. Second one, CPM is a deterministic model. It does not take into account in uncertainties involved in the estimation of time, whereas PERT is a probabilistic model. Third one, CPM places dual emphasis on project time and project cost, whereas PERT is primarily concerned with time only. Fourth one, CPM is primarily used for projects which are repetitive in nature and comparatively small in size, whereas PERT is used for large one-time research and development type of projects. Now let us summarize the session. Both PERT and CPM are flow management techniques. As we discussed above, they are 2 important project management techniques. Presently, these techniques are used not only in business organization but also in service organization. Since libraries are service organizations, these techniques are used for library management. In the case of libraries, shifting of libraries, library automation, constructing of digital libraries, stock verifications are treated as projects, and these are done with the help of PERT and CPM. Here are some questions for you to work out. First one, what do you understand by PERT and CPM? How is it useful to decision makers? Second one, how is PERT useful in accomplishing project objectives? Here are some books for your references. First one, Kumar PhD 2003, Management of Library and Information Centers, New Delhi, BR Publishing Corporation. Second one, Rajagopalan SP 2009, Business Statistics and Operations Research, New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill. Third one, Venugopal 2013, Operations Research, Calicut University Press. Thank you for watching this session. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Welcome to the Interface program. Today we are having with us Professor M. Lellis Divagar, an eminent academician and Professor and Head of the School of Mathematics from Madurai Kamaraj University, Tamil Nadu. Now, welcome sir.
Welcome.
Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How will you, we are discussing about topology. So, how will you define the subject topology to a layman?
Topology means location or position, but mathematically topology is the study of shape and their properties, deformation appearing them, mapping between them, and so on. This is topology.
How will you define topology for UG and PG students of mathematics?
Very good question. Actually, topology grew out of geometry, expanding on some of ideas and loosening some of structure appearing therein. Traditional geometry, objects like circle, triangle, sphere are considered rigid with well-defined distance between the points, well-defined angle between the edges, but in topology these are all irrelevant. For example, what is this? This is an object, this is a circle, but you can make this is triangle, this is rectangle, this is square. So what we understand from this, object is one, but we can make as many as possible shape. But one thing we should not do that, you should not cut it, you should not separate it. This is topology. This is the point, the set of points.
Some people are defining topology as rubber sheet geometry.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the rubber sheet, no? With the shape, one object, we can make many shapes. Therefore, we call it as rubber sheet geometry.
What are the branches of topology?
Yeah, there are so many branches. Algebraic topology, dimensional geometry, geometry topology, fuzzy topology, digital topology,
differential topology.
Differential topology. There are so many.
What about graph theory? Is it a branch of topology?
Yeah. On those days, topology is in abstract mathematics, but here there are so many wide scope to do further research. Fuzzy.
You mean there are a lot of applications of topology?
Yeah, there are so many applications. For example, image processing, fuzzy topology, digital topology. These are all recently we have introduced nano topology. Using this nano topology, we can identify the core symptoms for diabetes patient. We can identify the core symptoms for cardiovascular disease. These are all many applications nowadays.
What about the Indian contributions?
Yeah, on those days there are many Indian mathematicians, but here I will quote some of the eminent mathematicians. Vaidyanath Swami,
R. Vaidyanath Swami.
Yeah, R. Vaidyanath Swami, Professor Venkatraman, Rajagopal,
M. Rajagopal.
Yes, Dr. V. Kannan. These are all eminent topologists, but I can proudly say most of the topologists from in our university, Madurai Kamaraj University.
Madurai School of Topology.
Yeah, actually the Madurai Kamaraj University, the School of Mathematics, introduced the concept of Master of Philosophy in throughout India. 1967, Professor Venkatraman introduced the concept, the bridge goes between PG and research, that is MPhil, to the UGC. But UGC, then UGC adopted the wonderful concept, then implemented all over India, not only mathematics, for all disciplines. So the MPhil was born in Madurai Kamaraj University.
The Professor Vaidyanath Swami's book, Set Topology, is one of the first textbooks of topology.
First topology.
And it's also very popular throughout the world.
Yeah.
All these days.
Yes.
I think it was published in 1948. Still.
Yeah. But on those days, most of the books written by German language. But Vaidyanath Swami and J.C. Kelly, these books were first written by in English.
The first book I think is Alexander of Hope.
Yeah.
That book was published only in German at that time.
On those days, the Poincare, Hausdorff, these are the mathematicians developed the concept of topology. Nowadays, many mathematicians, many scientists are applying the topological model to real life applications. So now the topology is one of the most important component in applied mathematics.
It's also important in pure mathematics.
Yes.
Will you explain what is meant by topology? That's the formal definition of topology or topological space.
Yeah. Actually, a non-empty set X, then a collection tau, or the collection of subsets of X, satisfying the main important axioms. Number one, the empty set, the whole set belongs to that collection tau. Arbitrary union of member of tau is a member of tau. Third condition is finite intersection member of tau is a member of tau. This is then X tau is called topological space. The very good question.